Hello and welcome to Tomb Raider 2 to continue my annual 2024 marathon playthrough. Hey there Lucas, how's things been going? So I would normally be streaming Evil Within on a Friday, but the version of Evil Within that I've been streaming is the one that I had through PlayStation Plus, and it was recently taken off PlayStation Plus, and so I'd buy it and then continue the playthrough, but for some reason on the PlayStation Store at the moment, I can't even buy the game. So today's stream, instead, I'm going to do another stream of Tomb Raider 2. So for those who are expecting Evil Within, apologies. Hopefully I'll be able to buy the game on the PlayStation Store. Hopefully it'll become available to buy before next Friday. Otherwise I'm going to have to basically switch to the Xbox version and then just use the Xbox app and stream it at a lower resolution. Anyway, I'll worry about that next time. So we're going to continue on with Tomb Raider 2. Now, I did say in the last stream that it would be Monday that I would be streaming this next. Now, of course, with recent events with the PlayStation Plus version of Evil Within, Friday, of course, this week has to be Tomb Raider 2 again. I also said that I'd be pushing to finish the game on Monday. Now, I may still finish the game today, but if I don't, then of course I'll finish it on Monday. But we'll just see how we do, because there's 8 levels left, so there's still a lot, but who knows where I'll get up to by the end of today's stream. But I thought I may as well use today to do more progress in Tomb Raider, because I do have 12 games to get through in this series. The Splinter Cell playthrough, I could have done a Splinter Cell stream today, but I thought I would stick to the schedule with that game and do that on Saturday. And the game that I want to replace that with, I didn't want to start that today and then have to try and, finish Splinter Cell Blacklist tomorrow and then on Sunday to get, you know what I mean? So it's just easier if I do another stream day of Tomb Raider. So here we are. So we're up to the Tibetan Foothills level, which puts us at level 11 out of 18 as well. So I don't know how far we'll get today, but if I can at least get the Tibetan levels done, that'll be cool. If I do, then that leaves 4 levels left afterwards. Yeah, Lucas. The birds in this game can be annoying too. These friggin' eagles. Lucas, you were on vacation. That's why you weren't here much last week. Oh, that's all good, Lucas. That sounds good. I hope you enjoyed yourself. I hope you had a good time. Hey, and Mita, how's things going today, dude?
Uh-huh.
That's great, Mita. Glad to hear that you're going well. As for me, I'm going good. I was originally planning to stream Evil Within, but the version I'm using was on PlayStation Plus, and they decided to take the game off that service. And when I went to go to buy the game, there was nowhere for me to actually buy it. There was no option to buy it on the PlayStation Store, so I decided that I'd have to stream something else. And I was thinking about what to stream, so I decided to do another Tomb Raider stream. You gotta love it when things like that happen, which you then have to change your schedule to suit. Hopefully it'll be sorted by next Friday so I can actually buy it. But yeah, it was very, very weird. You'd think that once it was not available on PS Plus anymore, that you could just go to the game on the PlayStation Store and then buy it outright, but that option wasn't even available. Like, when I load up and have a look at the Evil Within on PlayStation Store, it comes up letting me unfollow or add it to my wish list and check all this other stuff, but there's no ability to buy it. So I don't know what's going on there. Hopefully it's not something to do with a rights issue as well, because I know with GTA 4, when it had been 10 years since that game came out, there was a licensing issue with the songs that were on that game. They didn't renew the license, and it was a 10-year license. And so there was a lot of songs that they had to make unavailable, and they had to add some other songs on top. So hopefully it's not a situation like that where there's some licensing issue with some stuff. Hey there, Ryu. How's things going today, dude? What am I doing, Rod? There was a part that I could jump to that wasn't... Now we have to do this all again? Or I can just reload the save that I made a while ago and just go from here and then worry about shooting that eagle again. I jumped to the wrong spot before. Lucas, that bird sounds more like some lady screaming. Ah! Hello, Mr. Goatee. Thanks for redeeming Rest in Peace, Lara. I do this for sport. Of course, now I've got this asshole enemy shooting at me too. Alright, now that I've got rid of that eagle, I can get close to this top part and then just make another save. Lucas, GTA 4 was the best GTA. It was such a good GTA game. I really like it a lot. Nico was such a great character as well. You going well, Ryu? That's excellent. Good to hear that, dude. Hey there, nah, bro. Random Italian guard voice. Who did this? Who's the culprit? Must have been the wind. How's things going? Mr. Gote, dealer's choice on how rest in peace happens. Nice, dude. Thank you so much. Alright, so made a save. Let's have Lara. Let's have a look-see. See if there's any spikes. Ah. Got some tigers. There we go. Thanks for redeeming that, Mr. Gote. I do, Lucas, yeah. Good call on that. And Meteor watching a video review of Star Wars Outlaws, the guy said that that's the worst game he has played in 2024. The stealth, from you understand, was like in Valhalla, where the enemies can detect you even when they have their back turned at you. Yeah, like I saw someone completely hiding. The enemy they wanted to knock down wasn't even looking in their direction. They snuck up on the person, didn't get detected. As soon as they initiated the takedown, however, the enemy detected them, and then they got mission fail. Also saw another glitch where people were falling through the game world. Also saw another glitch where people would take out a target in stealth, and then the character would grab the target and slide along the gameplay, alerting all the enemies in the area, and they'd be shooting at them, and then pull them to a completely different part of the map, and then knock them out, and then, you know, or people getting fully alert, like the whole base is on alert, just from stealth killing one enemy, and the other people saw, one of the other people saw, and then the whole place is on alert, you know. Just things like that, which, you know, would be very, very annoying as well. So yeah, I'd probably wait until it came out on sale. But here in Australia, the Ultimate Edition is $200, and I'm like, even if I wanted the Ultimate Edition, I'm not paying $200 for that. The base game itself is over $100, let alone paying extra on top for the next edition up from that, and then the final edition being $200. It's like, what are you thinking, Ubisoft? Like, seriously? Well, you think we made the money as well? Like, yeah, I could just throw 100. I got 50 million left. Wish I had that problem, but no, bro, it must have been the wind. That's it. The wind does that all the time. It's the culprit. It's like, Your Honor, it wasn't me. I didn't steal all that money. It was the wind. Yeah, Mr. Gote, that crack. The crack sound. And also you got the sound of, like, the slicing and stuff. And Meta Classic Ubisoft. Yeah, too expensive, and the game isn't even that long. That's the other fact too, and I'm not going to spoil it for people who haven't played it or who want to play it, but I've already seen some of the characters that you meet, certain characters that aren't just made for the game, and I'm just like, what the fuck have you done to them? Like, I get you can't get the actors who played them before, but still, the way that they've done them, it's like, what? This is like the Wish version. That's how that guy sounded when he died.
Uh-huh. Uh-huh.
And Mita or Temu, yeah. It's like, come on. Surely you could have done like a bit of a better job. Because yeah, sometimes you can't get the same actors to come back for the role because there might be some things that get in the road, like scheduling conflicts and stuff. But it was more about just the way that they made the character look, which was like, why'd you do this to them for? Like, it's like someone doing a bad cosplay of that character. Hey, Sona, welcome on in. By the way, how do you think she managed to stay warm dressed like that? Well, Lara has this internal heating system that she was naturally gifted with, and she uses that. It's like, got a bomber jacket for the weather? Check. Booty shorts for weather that isn't cold? Check. As in, made for weather that isn't when it's cold. But Lara's just one of those people where she only gets cold up top. She doesn't get cold down below. And Mita, she runs a lot. This is true. Runs, jumps, climbs, rolls, flips.
Uh-huh.
It's like he's trying to do the sound that the car horn makes in The Mask when he uses it, and it goes ahooga. Something sound like that. Okay, let's save it again. I hope in the future patch, what they do is, I'll have to come back here anyway, but I may as well keep on going and then clear out this area before I get to it again. For this remastered version, they added the ability for you to change outfits, but it only works in the new graphics. When you select a different outfit in the new graphics and then you switch to the old graphics, it just defaults to whatever Lara's wearing in the old school graphics by default at that point. So I'm hoping they patch it so that when you actually change outfits in the remastered graphics, it also changes them for the old school graphics as well automatically. Sorry, Tiggers. Winnie the Pooh's going to be devastated. We killed his friend. Actually, someone should mod this game and make it Tigger. Actually, no, that wouldn't work. No, it would work, yeah. No, fine then, game, whatever. So now I'll backtrack to the snowmobile. I was going to say jet ski, but that doesn't quite work, considering this isn't an area that has water that you can use that on. I'm hoping that I'll be able to get the Evil Within to buy on the PlayStation Store before next week. And me to the game. That's too far to jump. We're going to take health off you for that. It's funny though, like there's some jumps that you think would do damage, but they don't. And it's really more about the height that you jump from. But also too, like if you run off the edge and fall versus climb down and hang off the edge and then fall, that changes as well. I love this music that plays when we get on this. Nah, bro, why did Tigger go to the toilet? Because he was looking for poo. I'll see myself out. Yeah, he had indigestion from eating piglet beforehand, so he needed to go to the toilet where he was looking for poo. It's unfortunate because there's not really many moves that I can do to make it look like Lara's dancing. I was hoping to be able to move the camera around Lara. You can move the camera around to the front, but as soon as you pull the pistols out, the game won't let you then free camera 360 degrees around. Number of facts. Certainly, a psychologist said you needed a different outlook on life. Now you sleep at the foot of the bed. That's one way to turn your world upside down. Nice one. It really does, nah, bro. It's such a great piece of music. It's something that I could listen to on loop for quite a long time. Hey, Godfather Al, welcome. Are there any games you're looking forward to in the next 6 months? Well, I don't know when the next Dark Pictures game is actually coming out next year, but um, if it's in October, that won't be 6 months away. But if it is within the 6 months from now, then I would probably say that. There's also the Until Dawn remake as well. I'm looking forward to that. Not looking forward to Assassin's Creed Shadows because I'm sort of on the fence about that. I want to wait till it comes out because I need to fully research it to see what Ubisoft Quebec have actually done with the lore of the series this time to mess things up. because they're not to be trusted with coming up with things that actually suit what's come before. So I'll have to wait and see on that one. Um, but yeah, aside from that, nothing really stands out. Now, bro, you got fired from your job at the bank on the first day. Some lady asked you to check her balance, so you pushed her over. So a Buddhist walks up to a hot dog vendor and says, "Make me one with everything." That's a great one, that one. Godfather L, Until Dawn remake. Yeah, so it's from the ground up. Um, they're going to be like there's a big graphical overhaul with it, and of course they've also really improved the character models from what they were in the original game. And there's also going to be some content that was originally out of the other version that they're going to put back in for this remake as well. But yeah, I don't think they're going to completely change the story, but they are going to add some things in that weren't there before as well. What is that sequel called, and is it worth playing? Well, there's no actual sequel to Until Dawn that I'm aware of. There might be like a VR sequel or something like that. But Supermassive, who did Until Dawn and who also do the Dark Pictures series, the other game that they did recently in recent times was The Quarry as well. But that's a completely different game with a different story and nothing related to Dark Pictures or Until Dawn as well. Oh, I've never played any of the Mafia games, but I am interested in that new one that they announced, which is supposed to be set in the early 1900s to cover the formation of the Mafia starting in Italy. So that should be interesting. I'm looking forward to that one a bit. Now, bro, is AC Mirage any good considering buying it? I'd probably get it when it's on a sale. I liked it and I thought it was good, but it does have its own issues as well. So it's not without certain annoyances as well. The parkour is improved from Valhalla, but you can still feel some of the leftover heaviness that the parkour had in that game. For example, when Basim actually scales down a building, he actually does it pretty slowly. Whereas when he's actually climbing up a building, they've increased the speed at which he climbs up, which is funny. They haven't increased the speed at which he climbs down, though. He actually climbs down slower than Arno does in Assassin's Creed Unity. And even Evie and Jacob in Syndicate, they go down a wall much faster. In fact, I think even in Origins and Odyssey and Valhalla, they go down the wall a bit faster as well. So there's some things like that, but I thought it was good. If you've already played Valhalla and you already know what happens with Basim, it's still good, but I think they could have done a lot more for those people who had played that, because they're also trying to cater to people who might not have played Valhalla yet, and people who are playing it for the first time as their first Assassin's Creed game. So there's some things that they hold back on a bit that I feel like they could have pushed forward on a little bit more for people who had already played Valhalla and knew everything and all that kind of stuff. But yeah, I'd still buy it on sale though. Godfather Real, yeah, you're thinking of the Quarry. Yeah, it sort of got mixed. I really like it myself, but it's definitely got mixed stuff. Like Until Dawn is pretty much sort of like goated a bit. I really like Until Dawn, but I don't think that it's like they can't reach the heights of Until Dawn, therefore I shouldn't even bother with any of the games. I have enjoyed their other content, especially the Dark Pictures series, because I really like the idea of an anthology series where there are references and connections across each one, but you could literally play them in any order. Like the order goes Man of Medan, Little Hope, House of Ashes, and The Devil in Me. But you could play The Devil in Me first, and it won't spoil anything about the other games. There might be some references in that game to the previous Dark Pictures series, but it's not references that you need to know in order to understand what's going on in that story. So you could pretty much play them out of order, and you'd still get an experience where it's like the game doesn't expect you to have played the other ones in the series. Now, bro, you think Origins had the most balanced parkour? You haven't played Odyssey or Valhalla, they both seem too massive for you. They are really big now, bro. The thing about Origins is because it's a linear story, the pacing of it is a lot better too, as well. Whereas with Odyssey, they started to do this thing where it's like, here's your quest, go and speak to this person. And then the person goes, thank you for coming. Here's three things I want you to go and do. So then you go and you do the three things, and then an hour later you come back to the person and they're like, thank you for doing those three things for me. Here's the next part of the story. And then you go to the next part of the story and the character's like, thank you for turning up. Here's three things I want you to go and do. So you go and do those three things. Then you know, the pacing of it is really drawn out, and it's similar in Valhalla as well. And there's a little bit of leftover sluggishness of the pacing of the story in Mirage as well. So I would definitely say that Origins, out of the ones that have come out since Origins, have probably had the best balance of the pacing of the narrative as well. Plus, I really like the side content in it. There's probably, I'd say there's no side quest in Origins that I don't like. There's probably some I like more than others, but I couldn't look at any side quests in Origins and say, oh, that one sucks. I really like them all as well. And they sort of like fit right into either where you are in the part of the world, or maybe some characters that you've met in the main story, or ones that were referenced, you deal with and hear about in the side quests and stuff like that. And there's also a lot of stuff that is very relevant to Bayek himself. He'll meet people that are going through things that he's gone through, or that he knows other people have gone through, and all that kind of stuff. Whereas I felt like with Odyssey, there's a lot of fetch quests. Probably the majority of them are fetch quests. Go and do this, go and do that, get this for me, get that for me. And Valhalla is a little bit the same as well with the world events. And in a way, they tried to be like Red Dead Redemption was with the Stranger missions, where it feels like you're going out in the world and you're meeting these new people and helping them out with stuff. But I think it was done better in Origins when it comes to Assassin's Creed games that do that kind of thing. Wah, 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 wah. Oh man, it would help if I actually went ahead and moved those blocks out of the way. I completely forgot about doing that. And me too, looking at Dying Light games. They're on sale and very cheap at that. You don't know if they are worth it. Well, I've seen Lucinda play through Dying Light 1 and 2, and they're games that I want to get to as well, myself eventually. And I really like the idea of a zombie game in first person with parkour as well. So they do look interesting. And out of the two, Dying Light 1 probably is more interesting to me than the second one, but I do want to play 2 as well. Godfather, holy damn, Until Dawn remake is $110. Ouch. Yeah, that's the other thing too. Pricing of stuff can be ridiculous. Nah, bro, yeah, you need a linear story progression, otherwise you're like, fuck it. I don't blame you. You know, I definitely prefer linear storytelling than not. Not that you can't do it and it be good and stuff like that. But the problem too with Assassin's Creed Valhalla, for example, is that there's no actual ending in the base game that you could say is a definitive ending, because it still leaves things opened up, and not all of those things are even addressed in the DLC content that came out after. And their attempt at finishing off Eivor's story is very, very sloppy, because it's very disjointed, and it just feels like they wanted to skim over it. So that's another reason why I'm not really looking forward to Shadows, is because I'd rather play a game that I know is going to end with an actual ending in the game itself. I don't mind having DLC that takes place afterwards. In fact, I think that's a better idea. Instead of trying to have it be something that the player can decide when to do, it's good to make it that it's set afterwards. And even if the player wants to do it earlier than the timeline, still let them do it. But for those who want to actually do it in some kind of timeline order, at least make it clear that the content takes place after a certain point. Like, even if you have to put a disclaimer, just say, look, this DLC takes place after the main story. If you want to avoid spoilers for the main story, finish the story first and then come back. At least that way, if people care for spoilers, then they'll go, okay, well, I'll finish off the game first. And those who don't care can just like, oh, it doesn't worry me, and then jump into the content. Because the way it is narratively with the DLC for even Odyssey actually is there's no concrete way to know when it's supposed to take place. Oh my god, I took damage from hitting it that softly. I wasn't really going full speed. Oh. Come on, game. Stop taking the piss. It's like, really? Took a little bit of damage from slightly hitting the wall. Fucking hell. Like, seriously. Almost have to save every time I go 1 pixel forward. So most side quests are very memorable in Origins, at least for you. You remember most of them in detail. Yeah, and what I like about that too is it really fills out the world for you and creates a bit of an immersion because you know that there's people in the game world that are having their own lives and Bayek has actually helped them, and meeting characters that are in trouble, and it all fits in with not only Bayek as a Medjay, but also the foreshadowing of what the assassins and the hidden ones are supposed to be for the people. They're supposed to be the champion of them. And when they're being, oppressed, it's the job of the hidden ones and the assassins to see that their free will is restored, things like that. Hey there, Gamer Loop. It has been a while. I hope things are going good, though. Welcome on in. Nah, bro, you love that side mission where that guy wakes up drunk on the water, hiding from his wife, charging a virginity tax. Good old Claudius. I've actually got a command that is a quote from him. I only had 2 or 10 beers. Godfather Al, you need a new PC to play Wukong. Probably a 4070 unless a 4080 is really worth it. Now that game looks really, really cool. I've seen bits of it, but I don't know what parts of the story I had seen at, if you know what I mean. Like, I saw the intro, so that's obviously at the start, so I know that much. But I've seen other parts of that game, but I don't know where it's placed, which is good because I've got no context or idea of what part of the story it's up to. But that's a game that I do want to play, but it's still, it's like $100 here in Australia at the moment. Now, bro, thought having AC game set before Origin sounded kind of dumb as well. Yeah, it's like the character of Darius, it's understandable to include him in the DLC because he was around in that same time period. And it is kind of cool to see him actually assassinate Xerxes, which is something that even Assassin's Creed 2 had put down as an event that happened, where it was actually Darius who killed Xerxes and he used the hidden blade and that kind of stuff. So that part was interesting, but the whole thing about Odyssey and the dialogue choice system is that I feel it takes away from the strength that a linear narrative can have as well. And it's sort of bloated also. There are some parts of the story that I really like in Odyssey, but it's not enough for me to put it above Origins, that's for sure. And it's kind of sloppy how they wanted to make Cassandra related to Aya. And the other thing is, too, the hidden blade that was used to kill Xerxes by Darius, that same hidden blade ends up in the hands of Cleopatra. Now, why would Cleopatra have that hidden blade and not a descendant of the person? Because you got to remember, Cassandra was the mother of Elpidios, which makes Elpidios related to Darius. And because Darius took Elpidios and raised Elpidios, and then the bloodline kept on going, wouldn't you expect Darius to pass the hidden blade down through the line and keep the whole idea of having a liberator, or whatever you want to call the person, going through history to ensure that tyrants are kept in check? And if so, then you would think that Aya would receive it and then have it already, and then be like to Bayek, hey, this is the hidden blade that was used to kill Xerxes. It's been passed down through the generations, and now I'm going to give it to you, to assassinate these targets and all that kind of stuff. But that never happens. Why? Because that wasn't even a thing until Ubisoft Quebec decided, after Origins had already been done, to make that a thing, And it's very, very sloppy. Because it's like, why would Cleopatra have the hidden blade? I mean, yeah, you could swing it that maybe the hidden blade got stolen at some point and all that kind of stuff. But I feel like that is sort of like coming up with excuses as to why a terrible idea has to be canon. You know what I mean? But it is what it is, so I don't know. But it just seems weird to me that you have a story already there that you can actually look at. It's not like they're having to wait till a game comes out before knowing the story. You know what I mean? Like, I'm sure that, like, you would think anyway that if you're brought on to write a story for the Assassin's Creed series, that you have all the available research materials given to you, that you can actually look into archives and actually have a look at things like, oh, this was a scrapped idea from one of the earlier games in the series. We could actually use that and put it in a different context now and have it still work. Like, surely they have access to this information. Surely it's not like, oh, well, I'm sorry, but you can't see anything that we're writing because you need to make sure that, because we don't want you to, we don't want you to know ahead of time. It's like, come on. Surely they can go and look, oh, in this scene here, Aya says that Cleopatra had the hidden blade. Okay, so we can't make it that Darius gave the hidden blade to anyone related to Cassandra now, can we? Because then that wouldn't make sense as to why Cleopatra has it. So it's like, let's just put that, shoehorn that in and all that kind of stuff. Which sometimes it works when you actually do a story set way before something else and then add your own thing to it and then say, oh, this is how this got into the hands of the person. But there is a good way to do it, and then there's a lazy, sloppy way to do it. You're going really good, Gamer Loop. That is awesome. I'm glad to hear that. As for me, I'm doing well. You finished AC3 and Liberation, just started AC4. Oh, very good. GG's on completing those 2 games. I hope that you enjoyed them. But if not, though, that's okay. What did you think of them? How did you go with AC3 and Liberation? Nah, bro, you love that horse like my brother. No brother's a donkey's ass. I love him more. Yeah, it's like, what? Nah, bro, exactly. Narratively, Cleopatra having the blade doesn't make sense, especially because Bayek was the reason they needed to cut off their finger to fit the blade too. Yeah, and see, that's the tricky thing, and they've tried to explain later on why. For example, because you've got characters like Darius, who I think when he uses the hidden blade, he uses it over his wrist. Then you have Aya giving it to Bayek and showing him that he needs to make sure that when he uses it, he completely moves his palm out so that when the blade comes out under the wrist, that it doesn't hurt his finger, right? And then, of course, he gets his finger cut off because he doesn't forget that he was shown how to use it. It's just that he's struggling to actually kill this guy, and this guy is choking him out. So it's like, in a desperate strike, he just uses the hidden blade, but he doesn't have enough time to pull the wrist back all the way because he's in the heat of trying to kill the guy who's currently trying to kill him. And in the process, he cuts off his finger. And then later, when Tahira becomes a hidden one, she goes to cut off the finger, and then Bayek is like, no, 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 you don't need to. He doesn't say this, but he gestures, no, 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 you don't need to do that. But she goes, I believe in you. And then she cuts the finger off. And that's when it becomes like a traditional thing as well. So when you look at characters using it under the wrist, it kind of negates the reason why Altair came up with the ability to use the hidden blade without having to wear it over the top of the wrist and wearing it under the wrist and not having to require the removal of the ring finger, because the idea was that the ring finger was sacrificed in order to make sure that the quote-unquote new ring finger was the hidden blade that comes out, So that became a tradition. But I just don't know, because they don't show you a schematic of the hidden blade in detail enough to see different versions and variations. And it's not like there was like a book that was a manual to how to wear the hidden blade and stuff. So for all we know, the hidden blade that Cleopatra got, like Cleopatra wouldn't know how to use it. So she gives it to Aya, right? And so Aya finds out that to use it, you need to move your palm back all the way as you make the blade come out. But it's not like there was a guide that said, to use this, wear it over the top of your wrist so that the blade comes out over the top. There's no manual or something, and who knows how long Cleopatra had it in her possession. Who knows how long the previous person had it in their possession, and all that kind of stuff. It's not like Darius was like, for future people who use this, I'm going to write a manual that comes with the hidden blade. You've just purchased your new hidden blade. Please read this manual to know how to use it properly. It's not like there was something like that, But I can definitely see the argument for, well, just wear it over the top of the wrist. Simple. So all these people cut their fingers off. But the counter argument to that is, even if they just had to wear it over the top, the tradition became as a gesture of sacrificing a part of yourself to become part of the assassins and the creed, was to remove the ring finger. Later on they made it a thing where it was like you didn't have to do that anymore. And the Italian Brotherhood, for example, they instead take the person's ring finger and they burn around the base of their ring finger as a symbolic gesture instead of them removing it as well. So it becomes more of a traditional thing. So even though technically they might have been able to just wear it over the top of the wrist and use the hidden blade over the top, it's a tradition to wear it underneath, remove the finger symbolically, so that when you are becoming an assassin, you're sacrificing a part of yourself for the greater good of becoming part of the assassins and the creed. And so wearing it under the wrist just facilitates the further sort of like symbolic use of the hidden blade and all that kind of stuff.
Uh-huh. Uh-huh.
There we go, get those items. Gamer Loop, you loved AC3. You found Liberation kinda boring. It looked as if Aveline's life was on fast forward. But nonetheless, gameplay and story were great in both of them. Oh, that's good. That's good that you still, kept with Liberation and played through it as well. And yeah, like it's a pretty short game overall, and only having like 9 memory sequences, but not every sequence has the same amount of memories in it. So it's still pretty short of a game. I really wish that we got another game with Aveline in it though. Would have been good to expand on her character a lot more. But that's really cool that you enjoyed the gameplay and the story in both of them. Nah, bro, yeah, a lot of that sounds like they're looking for excuses to cover up plot holes. Yeah, that's the thing, right? And this is also the thing when you get multiple different writers over the years coming up with their own sort of things as well. Like, I would say that before Odyssey, they weren't perfect with keeping things 100% in continuity, but they were doing a pretty damn good job at keeping things in continuity as much as they could. I'd say probably like 80, 85%, maybe 90%, but now it's sort of dropped down to about 70, 75%. Godfather, you've always wondered what exactly activates the hidden blades. You've always suspended disbelief there with its functionality. Well, it's so funny because I've actually got a replica hidden blade that I got years and years ago when I got Assassin's Creed 3. And it's funny because like there's a lock on it, so you can prevent the. It's not really an actual blade, but let me tell you, if you were to put it near someone's eye and let go of the trigger, then it would actually, do serious damage. Um, but you can lock it so that even when you press the trigger for it, it won't come out as well. But yeah, I dare say that there's probably something maybe I don't know actually. Like you can see the schematics for it in Assassin's Creed 2 in the codex pages, but now that I'm trying to think about it, I don't know where the activation point on the blade actually is. Because I would assume it's kind of like it's spring loaded, of course, but the flick of the wrist is usually what we see, but I don't know if it's exactly the flick of the wrist that actually causes it, or whether there's something else that has to be done. Maybe yeah, it wouldn't be the back bracer part of it that has a button on. Yeah, so I don't really know. I'd have to actually have a look. No, bro, being interesting to see a game or two where you play as a Templar for the entire game, because outside of data logs, we don't really get much Templar lore. This is true, and that's something that I wish Rogue was instead of what we got. That's why I think playing as Hatham for the whole game and do him as the character in Rogue instead of Shay would have been a better idea, because then we can get more about Hatham as well. Hey there, random. Welcome on in. I hope things have been going well. Well, those enemies were pretty stingy. There's no ammo or anything from them. So good having photo mode. It's a good way to scan ahead and just double check certain things. Hey there, Senny. Good day to you, dude. How's it going today?
Uh-huh.
Nah, bro, it's a shame because since Origins, AC games seem to be just cash grabs rather than passion projects based on what you hear people say about Odyssey and Valhalla. Yeah, the thing with Ubisoft in general is that they're wanting to streamline every process of making a game, including things like assets and stuff, which to a degree, like for example, if you're going to do two games set in the same time period, of course it would make sense that you would want to reuse assets from one game to the next because they're both set in the same time period, so you want to be able to cover your bases with that. But for like however many games in a row now, they've used the exact same skeleton of character animations and all that kind of stuff. And all they've done is just changed, of course, the textures of the character and what they're wearing to suit different time periods and changing their facial features a little bit here and there to reflect that. So they're sort of like getting a bit lazy with coming up with a lot of individually designed characters. Now, if you look at a lot of humans, as a species, we have a wide variety of differences with our faces. And so when you actually cast people in roles, there's so many different facial structures that you can actually have in people to create individualized characters in something. So that gives you a lot of room to move. And even though we have the same basic skeletons, of course, not everyone is going to move the same way, whether it's running or walking or talking even. There's obviously things where it's like we know when someone is talking because their mouth is moving. We know what it looks like when someone's talking. We know what it looks like when someone is running or walking. We know that because it's so ingrained in our conscious and our subconscious that when we see it, we know straight away. But there's this uncanniness that you start to see where you have this repetition of various different kinds of animations that they're using just as a basic one-size-fits-all style of thing. It's the thing of character says hello, folds their hands, and then when their hands are folded, they might keep it folded but bring one hand up to their chin, and then they might put their hands down and then fold their arms again. Like, the range of gestures that people do isn't always 100 different gestures in 5 minutes, of course. But at the same token, not everyone just folds their arms and stands there folding their arms. It might be more relaxed, of course. But when a character is supposed to be relaxed, it's understandable for them to have their arms crossed. But when they're supposed to be gesturing that they're angry, it's a lot of exaggerated anger movements that you would see more in something like The Sims, where it's okay because that's a stylized sort of choice, Like there's an animation where the character will put their hands up behind their heads and they'll look around very quickly, like they're sort of like worried. Now, granted, there are people that would probably do that. But what they do is they give every single character who is going to have that emotion do the exact same gesture, when not everyone will actually have the same gesture for certain emotions. as well, or shaking of a fist. When people get angry, there might be some people that when they're expressing that anger and they're talking, they'll shake their fist, but not everyone. So you need to sort of like add a lot more different kind of gestures that characters do and not have it be so robotic. And that's the problem. When you have two people wearing motion capture suits and they're actually doing actions and they're reacting to something, there's something that they're reacting to. They actually have a person in front of them that they can see with their own eyes, so that when they're acting, their facial expressions can match what the other person is doing, and the hand gestures that the other actor does are more realistic because they're more natural. And they're able to do those gestures in real time as they're reacting to the other actor. But when you're just getting the actual gestures down on their own, and then you're putting that into an in-game scene where two characters are talking, it becomes just robotic because the timing of it that they do, and also the way the characters move, and also too when a character stops talking and they move off screen to go and do something, they have this weird thing where once they've done their talking, they'll put their hands down and then they'll turn their head on a swivel and their shoulder and their back, and then they'll turn around and then start walking off. How many people do that in real life? Not many. Usually when you actually stop talking to someone and you're going to go off to the left, you just basically start turning and walk off. But they do this weird sort of like swivel thing and then walk off. It's just stupid. I wish I could actually find a quick link and just show it, and put a link to it in chat. But it's just so weird that they do that kind of stuff. It doesn't feel natural at all. Good, how's it going? Doing well, thanks. Made some crepes for breakfast and about to go for the morning walk. Oh, very nice, dude. That's really cool, dude. Glad to hear that you're doing well and that you've got some crepes for breakfast. Delicious, dude. As for me, I'm doing well. Evil Within, I would have been streaming it today, but it was on PlayStation Plus, and they've actually taken it off PlayStation Plus now. But on the PlayStation Store, there's no option to buy it. So I was like, can't even buy it yet. For some reason, I don't know why. So I thought, well, I need to find a different game to stream. So I decided to do another Tomb Raider stream. Nah, bro, when they take away the uniqueness, you lose the soul. That's true. And so yeah, they're streamlining a lot of stuff, and they're wanting everything across the board to be more of a cookie cutter assembly line, fast food, get it out as quick as you can and cheaply. Which in the short term it might be good, but in the long term it doesn't really have long legs. So a lot of video graphics effects engineers don't study human kinetics. Well, this is the thing, right, isn't it? You've got so many different elements of how humans move and different, aspects that you want to try and convey that as much as possible. Crocodile, that's a bummer. Wasn't PlayStation Plus like claim a game and you can play it as long as you have an active subscription? They changed some of it eventually, but that really sucks. Yeah, they actually had some that were like that, but all the other ones, they only go on Game Pass or PlayStation Plus, in this case, for a certain amount of time. And then when that time has run out, you have to then buy it if you actually want to get it. For example, games that were, if you got it, and it runs out on PlayStation Plus, you still keep it, is games like Until Dawn, God of War 2018, Ghost of Tsushima, I think, was another one as well. Things like that. But yeah, then there's others where it's like, once they take it off PlayStation Plus, you have to actually buy it if you want to keep it. Thank you for redeeming that. Must have been the wind, random. The wind is very, very strong. I fucking hate these bloody enemies. They're just so fucking annoying. So damn annoying. Oh my fucking god, game. You piece of fucking shit. I hate these fucking enemy types. No, I'm gonna have to waste health kits. I'm gonna have to waste health kits. I know I've got heaps, but it's just the principle of having to fucking use one of them just annoys me. No, bro, you mean you get wanting to save money, but when you have franchises that have been printing money and selling ridiculously well since 2007, you'd think they'd be willing to put more into considering if it's done well. They quadruple their money on sales, but maybe you're being, pardon me, too logical. Yeah, it's like the thing is too, it's great that games can get more graphically advanced, but that doesn't automatically mean that a game is going to be great because you can have the best graphics at your disposal, but they can be done so badly that it doesn't matter, whereas someone else can come along and use those same tools and you look at it and you go, now that is worthy of the advancement of technology that has happened. But it takes time, and the thing about it is like you still want players to be playing games, so you need to sort of look at what are some games that are more for short-term benefit or long-term reliability versus what are you going to be your really big, massive projects. You know what I mean? No one's perfect, but if you look at Rockstar, for example, with how long it takes for them to do a new GTA or a new Red Dead Redemption, they take their time. Now, it'd be great if we got GTA 6 2 years after GTA 5, but if they did that, it would have been rushed. And they may as well take more time. Obviously, there is such time as taking too much time. And it's been over 10 years since the last one, which I think is the longest gap between GTA games that there's been. But a lot of that has been because they've relied on the online, and the online has kind of covered them for a lot from the release of GTA 5 up until now. But taking that time in the long run ends up paying off more, because then you can get more out of it. And of course it becomes a meme where it's like, hey, this is the 6th version of GTA 5 that they've released since the original release, which is funny. All that stuff is funny and things like that. But sometimes it's like, would you rather have a game that comes out that is as polished as it can be and it took 10 years, or would you rather a game that came out after 3 years since the last one and it's pretty much just rinse and repeat, cookie cutter, assembly line, sloppily done, quickly made? Maybe saying 10 years time is a bit exaggerated as a general longer amount of time, but for example, with Assassin's Creed, I personally wouldn't mind waiting 4 years between games if it was going to be something that was very special after those 4 years. Put all the resources into that and don't worry about trying to do two big games in one. Like with Valhalla, it's 2 games in one, basically. They literally could have done another Assassin's Creed game after Valhalla and before Mirage, because the size of Valhalla is 2 games worth when you look at all the content that was added and all that kind of stuff. And then Mirage comes out 3 years later. And even with that 3-year gap, there's still things that could have been done better if they had another year on it. So if we were getting Mirage this year instead, for example, instead of getting Mirage last year and now Shadows, getting Shadows in 2027 instead of 2024, give it a bit of extra time and all that kind of stuff. But again, they want to make sure that they're streamlining everything, and that also means they don't want to advance things too far, because then that means that they have to put more work and effort into it. So they want to minimize that as much as possible. So they want something that is more streamlined, that they can just basically use to pump out all this stuff and just churn it out, and all the microtransactions that they want as well. So they're trying to get a situation where there's constantly money coming in for them, both from those people who just want the games and also those people who also want the ongoing content to come out. And so with Assassin's Creed Valhalla, it was 2 years worth of post-release content. With Shadows, they want to do 3 years. Now you think about it coming out this year, 2025, 2026, 2027, 3 years worth of content and all that kind of stuff. But how much of that is going to be good quality stuff. You just don't know, and all that kind of thing. They can have like 5 years on working on a game and it still comes out a buggy mess. It's like, why is that happening? That shouldn't be something that happens. But who knows? But we'll just have to wait and see how things pan out for them after this year as well. Like, even at their worst, I don't think Ubisoft are going to become bankrupt or anything like that, or anything, on that level. But if they're not careful, they can lose interest from their core player base. And if that happens, then it's not a good thing, because you still want your core player base to be wanting to play your games as well, and not just be people who are casually playing it, which is nothing wrong with casually playing games, of course. But I'm just meaning, if you're a company and you're making games, you want to make sure that you can cater not only to casual players, but also people that are your long-standing sort of like customers in a way. Because there's people who were very dedicated to the Assassin's Creed series who looked forward to every new entry, and they would pre-order it because they knew that they were going to get something that, at the very least, was going to be in line with what they had gotten before that they enjoyed, and so they were able to do that. But somewhere along the way, people have decided to drop off, and there's still people who have stayed, of course, and continued to buy their games and all that kind of stuff. But if you start to do things that make that main player base start to stop buying your stuff, then it's going to turn out bad in the long run. Because you can't just rely on casual players alone, because casual players might decide to go to other game companies for other experiences, which is totally natural and fine. There's nothing wrong with that. It's just that you want to be able to cater to those players, but also cater to your core audience as well. And one of the other problems is they're trying to increase the scope of what kinds of players that they get to their games beyond things that are actually relevant to the game itself. Like, for example, if you're releasing GTA, right, you know that people who don't like third-person shooting driving games aren't going to buy your game. So you don't sacrifice what kind of game you do and the core base audience that you have for that style of game to try and chase after a different segment of players that aren't interested in that genre. If you don't like stealth games, there's no point in a stealth series stopping the stealth to cater for people who don't like stealth games. It's okay not to like certain genres of stuff. And it's okay for people, when they're making games, to not change what kind of game they're doing to just suit the people who don't like their other usual style of genre. But instead of creating new IP for that new genre, they decide to try and transform what they already have into that. So, for example, instead of Ubisoft going, right, how about we start our own RPG IP? Something along the lines of Skyrim and Fallout and along the lines of Witcher. How about we just do that? Create a new IP for it. But instead they're like, how about we just transform what we already have into that, to try and get those players to actually come across. And it has worked, of course, because there have been fans of RPGs who didn't play Assassin's Creed that started to play them once they got into the RPG space, So it's not like no one who likes RPGs jumped over to the Assassin's Creed series once they started doing RPGs. But in the process of doing that, they also lost something which the other core audience were actually interested in. And you have subsections of that too. You got people who, they don't care about the parkour. They just care about the story, and that's fine. But you also have people who do care about the parkour. And you need to make sure that you're catering to the people who only like the stories and only the people who like the parkour. And there's various ways that you can do that without alienating one to appease the other. There's a balance that can be achieved. But a company like Ubisoft, they're trying to have a one-size-fits-all approach so that all their games are suitable for every person. So if you like stealth games, then they've got you covered. But if you don't like stealth games, they've also got you covered, because you don't have to use stealth, because you can just run in guns blazing. So they've also got you covered there, But it's also at the expense of the integrity of their IPs that were already specifically just for one genre. Oh, and random. Lara can shoot on the ones that the enemy have. Like this red one, for example, it doesn't have the guns on it. The button that you use to shoot when you're on these other style is actually the same button that gives you the speed boost on the other style. And so in using the one with the gun, you're sacrificing the ability to actually go top speed. So the one that the enemy had has the guns on it, and I can get on this one and then use the guns on it if I want to. But it also means that I can't go full speed, which prevents me from reaching certain places as well. So it's a bit of a catch-22 with both of these, but I'm going to stick with this one. Hey there, cool man. Welcome on in. Hope it's going well. I'm going good. Yeah, I had a good day. I had to change what game I was streaming because Evil Within on the PlayStation, I was playing it through the PS Plus, and it's been taken off PS Plus recently, and so I can't even buy the game on the PlayStation Store at the moment. So instead of not streaming at all, I decided I'd do another Tomb Raider stream. So this stream is kind of off schedule in terms of like what game I'm playing, but it'll be good to do more on this because it'll get me closer to finishing it. Nah, bro, that's a fair point. Yeah, so I don't think that they can't turn things around, but depending on how long they're willing to streamline things, it could end up bad in the long run. Ryu, the GTA games are so vast with the open world that they simply can't rush it so badly. That's true, Ryu, like, granted, in GTA 5, they did change things where you couldn't go into as many buildings as you could in GTA 4, for example. So there were things that they took out as well. But it's still a very vibrant and vast city and world that you get to explore in GTA 5, and it feels vast. You can feel it when you're traveling from one part of the map to the other, and that's one of the things that's great about GTA. But the thing about Assassin's Creed is it works better when it's a semi-open world. So, for example, Assassin's Creed Unity and Syndicate, they're more semi-open world, where there's a vast area to explore, but it's also restricted to a city. So you can't just go to various parts of an overall big city because it's not that big. It's not as big as something like GTA 5 or Skyrim or Witcher 3, things like that. And the problem with Ubisoft is they struggle to fill out their world with meaningful things. So they try to pad it out with randomized events that don't necessarily always interrupt your gameplay and immersion, but sometimes they do, and they become annoying. Like when you just want to get from A to B and you get attacked by some boars and they knock you off your horse. Like that's annoying. Can it happen in Red Dead Redemption 2, for example? Yeah, it can. You know, it can be annoying there. But there's just something different about the way that Rockstar does their open world stuff and what they fill it with and what random events that can happen and all that kind of stuff. Whereas with Ubisoft, they make theirs feel a bit barren and bare, and I don't know if they'll ever get away from that kind of thing. Dr. Darling, rest in peace, Lara. Thank you for redeeming that. Lara, if someone told you to jump off a cliff, would you do it? Yes, off. All right, so you want that to be the rest in peace? We can definitely do that. Do you want her to jump off while on that, or do you want her to just jump off naturally? Hello there, Sheila. Welcome on in, dude. I'm going good, thank you. How's things with you today? I hope you had a good day yesterday. Oh, that's okay, random. Yeah, that's no trouble at all. Yeah, it's a shame that you can't use the guns and go top speed on those ones. Dr. Darling, just have her perform a leap of faith without a haystack waiting on the ground. I gotcha. Definitely can do that. Oh, that's great, Sheila. I'm glad to hear that. And that'd be good to be able to take a little bit of a break from work. Thank you for choosing to join the stream while you're on your work break. There's not much light down there, so how about we add a bit of extra oomph to this and have Lara with a party stick. Thank you for redeeming that, Dr. Darling. Sorry about the little wait on that. Now, bro, do you think the AC movie would have been better if they had taken the story from the games rather than an original story? I don't know. I think the thing is, like, it's very hard sometimes to cast someone in the role of someone that players have spent a lot of time playing as. Like, you can do it, obviously, but it can be tough to find someone that's going to embody the character that way. So, for example, if they wanted to do instead of what they did, if they wanted to adapt Assassin's Creed 1 and having someone play Desmond and then having someone play Altair, I think it would have been good to do things that way. People who had played the games would already know the story, though, and know what happens exactly. And that can be rough, because some players don't want to relive a story in a movie that they can just experience as a game. So that's what's tricky about making a video game adaptation actually adapting something that exists, because it means that you have to take more risks with it. Sometimes they pay off, of course, but sometimes they don't. But I kind of prefer them having an original story, but sort of like taking things from the games. Like, for example, the first... sorry, I hit the mic. The first Tomb Raider movie isn't based on any particular game in the series, but there's a lot of things in that movie that are from the games that it sort of pays homage to as well. Like, for example, the scene in the Tomb Raider movie where all these statues come to life and actually attack. That's something that happens in the games. Lara raising her eyebrow the way that she does in the movie, that's something that she does in the first game when she is inside the caves for the first time. The camera is close in on her face and she does this eyebrow raise, you know. So that's something that Angelina Jolie did as Lara in that movie, you know. So there's all these things that are in it that are sort of referencing even some of the locations, like going to a jungle-looking place, going to like a snowy place, you know, things like that. The kinds of locales that you went to in the games. But it's not adapting any one story in the games. It's just doing its own thing with those elements. But then you get movies like Mortal Kombat, the 1995 movie that adapts the first game and also some things from the second game, and it does a really good job at it, you know. So it really depends, I guess, on how it's done. Or maybe instead of a movie, a TV series. Well, yeah, like a series gives you a lot more time to work on not only what's going to happen, but also make things feel a lot more immersive because you're learning more about the character and sticking with them as well. Oh, it's going not too badly, Schiller, actually. This is still the first of the Tibetan levels, but it'll be good to get a bit of a head start on the rest of the playthrough. I don't know if I'll be finishing it today, but we'll see. Indeed, random. F for Lara. Dr. Darling, still better mount vehicle controls than AC3. To a point. It's good to not have a stamina that you got to worry about. That's right, random, yeah. So doing all 12 main entries in the series. And the first game I did a challenge with. I won't be able to fit in doing challenges with all the games in the series, but I think when I get to Tomb Raider Legend, I might do a challenge because that game is short on its own. So if I do a challenge that can work with the timing, then I can do that for Legend. Um, and then one of the reboot trilogy games. But it just depends on how quickly I get through the game series and how much time is left in the rest of the year. Nah, bro, the Uncharted movie felt like it tried to cram all four games into one movie. This is true. Yeah, you're not wrong there. Um, Taking elements that were from 3 and 4, for example, as well. And yeah, I still don't know why they cast Mark Wahlberg as Sully. Even as a younger Sully, he's terrible casting. Yeah, Sheila, that mission in Assassin's Creed 3. To the left, Connor. To the left. Exactly, Dr. Darling. You won't stop giving orders. Random Legend is awesome, and it's sad that it's so short. It really is. You know, it would have been cool if they added another level or two, especially if they were able to add some levels that were also flashbacks to when Lara was first, you know, raiding tombs as well. Could have even had could have even shown us her dealing with Bigfoot as well. Alright, so I know that there's going to be some enemies that are going to kick my ass, so I may as well use one of my 20 large medipacks, which I hate using because I'll only have 19 left after that, but I have to use health.
Uh-huh. Uh-huh.
Dr. Darling, you're never going to play the Uncharted game that is available on PC when the previous ones aren't. It's like a big middle finger. That is very weird. Like, I don't know why they do that sometimes. Random more young Lara flashbacks would be awesome there. This is true because Legend being the first reboot of the series and then Anniversary, the remake of Tomb Raider 1 coming out a year after and being a prequel to Legend, it would have been really cool to add some extra stuff in Legend that could then be tied to Anniversary as well. Even if it's like an Easter egg too, there could have been a mission where Lara finds out about the Dagger of Xi'an or something like that. You know, at least finds out about it while doing something else. Nah, bro, you don't know how they cast Mark Wahlberg when Bryan Cranston is right there. Yeah, it makes you wonder sometimes, you know. Um, like if they were coming up with a brand new character, then yeah, you know, by all means, cast someone like Mark Wahlberg as that. But someone as Sully, they need a certain kind of like, there needs to be a certain spark to them. There needs to be some kind of like element of sort of like cheekiness in the character too, as well. Because on some level, there'd be things that he sees in Nathan Drake that he sees in himself, you know, and things like that. So having a character that, in many ways, when he was Nathan Drake's age, would have been similar to him, you know, in some ways, is definitely more for what you're trying to cast for as well. Um, Dr. Darling, Red Dead 2 is a prequel at least, so knowledge of Red Dead 1 isn't mandatory. Yes, but does Angelina Jolie say, uh-huh? I don't know if she does, actually. Yeah. But it's a good movie though. Like it's not an amazing movie or anything, but I really do like that movie, the first Tomb Raider movie that they did. Now, bro, you also think Jake Gyllenhaal would have been a better Nathan Drake? Yeah. He actually wasn't too bad in the Prince of Persia movie. They could have cast someone else though, but I think he did a decent job. Randy, you think the Legend Underworld story is the best story of all Tomb Raider games? Not going to lie. I do like this idea that Lara is really trying to find out, you know, what happened to her mother and finding out that Amanda is still alive and that Amanda says that Lara's mother isn't dead, and just the anger that Lara has at the end there is like she's like, "Where is my mother?" as she shoots not her but around her, you know. And then she basically pistol whips Amanda, and she's like, "From now on, every breath is a gift from me," you know, something like that. So there's really some great stuff in Tomb Raider Legend, and the Underworld story is really well done. It's a shame that the camera likes to change what direction it's looking at while you're trying to do a jump in the middle of a jump and stuff. And the idea to be able to aim at two separate things with each pistol is good, but the problem is when you have enemies that are out of your field of view and it quickly jumps from one enemy you've just shot to another, it's very jarring how quickly the camera moves from one to the other. And it's very sort of like jank in some ways when it does that. But the story and the music and actually the graphics are pretty good for Underworld. I like that. The way the guy is just levitating above the ground. There we go. Yeah, no, bro. The Prince of Persia movie is actually not too bad. I mean, they do take a big chunk out of the original game story, Sands of Time, because it's not sand creatures that you're facing off against. But one of the things that I really liked about that movie was the music. The soundtrack was amazing. And also the moments in the game where he's basically, climbing and jumping and running and all that kind of stuff. It was really cool to see. There's something about seeing something in a video game and actually controlling it, but then seeing it done in live action. There's just something that can be really, really cool about seeing it done in live action. And that was one of the things too. It's the same with the parkour in the Assassin's Creed movie and the combat sequences as well, where they're fighting on rooftops, and also the soundtrack in that too, and the chase sequence with the horse and carriage and all that kind of stuff. There's very, very visceral kind of like scenes that are really cool to see in live action when you've only seen them in video games, or you've only seen it in the video game that the movie's based off of, and then you see it in the movie, and when it's done well, it's like really cool. Random loved the way it was so emotional, but you can't imagine having arachnophobia and playing Tomb Raider Underworld. Your friend can't even see the spiders there. Yeah, especially the bigger ones as well. They can be very, very annoying in those games. Nah, bro, you've never found Angelina Jolie that attractive, but but seeing where she comes out of the water and say, "Hello, boys, how'd you like AO?" Oh yeah, is that in the second movie, the Cradle of Life? It's funny though because the movies, they give Lara a love interest, and the thing about that is the character is someone that is fiercely independent to the point of obsession over the things that she likes to do, like exploring, and also the aspect of Lara where she's an adrenaline junkie. She lives for the thrill of the running around and almost dying, doing big leaps and grabbing on at the last minute. These sorts of things are what Lara likes to do. And the whole reason why she's able to do these things and why she enjoys it is because it's very liberating and freeing for her to be like that. Because her parents actually wanted her to marry this really rich guy, and she would have been set for life and, all that kind of stuff. But when there was that plane crash that she had in the Himalayas, and she had to actually learn how to survive in harsh conditions, there was an aspect of her that really latched onto the dangerousness or the danger level of that kind of thing and found it exhilarating. And so she decided to live life on her own terms, and her parents actually disowned her and said, right, you're not our daughter anymore, and therefore you're not going to get the fortune that is owed to you because you didn't do what we wanted you to do, which was marry this dude. You know. So to me, and it doesn't matter whether it's a man or a woman, I feel like Lara, in all forms, is a character that doesn't need to have a love interest. Because that side of things is not very important for the character themselves. So when the movies do it, it's more to be part of a formula than it is to be 100% true to the actual character. And in the games, they tried to push it with Curtis in the sixth game, but the way in which they introduced his character was so creepy, sort of like vibes, that it doesn't matter if he ultimately is on the side of good. The way that they introduced him and what he does to Lara and frisking her and everything, And it's not just a quick pat down like you would expect. It's more like a sensual, you know, feeling her up kind of thing. And it's like, if someone did that to Lara, they wouldn't be living very long after the experience. Or at the very least, they wouldn't be able to walk properly for quite a few months afterwards. But the way that they do it is there's no... She doesn't do anything to fight back even afterwards, you know, and it really, really is a contrived way to try and create some kind of mystique or mysteriousness or sexual tension between the two characters. And it was like, look, if you wanted to make them an item, how about what you do is you have Curtis just sneak up on Lara, knock her out, and then take the item that he wants and then leave. You still have that ambiguity of, who is this guy? But at least he hasn't done something that is very, very like, what the fuck? You know? So that later when they reveal that he's actually not a villain, then it's more earned. And you can be like, oh, okay, so he didn't trust Lara, and he thought that Lara was the enemy, so he knocked her out and took the item to keep it safe. But he now knows that he didn't need to do that. And even have a scene where he apologizes for it. You know what I mean? They could have done that, but they decided to go a different route. So anyway, with that whole thing, and also in the movies, I don't feel like Lara as a character is one that needs to have a love interest of any gender. You know, it's just, she's more about the adventure, the life of an explorer and an adrenaline junkie. And I think I'm going to have to reload my save because there's no way... Oh no, hang on. No, that's too steep to do that with. No. Reload save it is. And probably I didn't save after killing that enemy. Oh, I did? Oh, good. Alright, so... Actually, I might be able to make the jump, I think, still on this, even though it doesn't have the boost. Alright, there's no choice, but I have to use another health kit. I hate to use one of my 20 large health packs, but I suppose I need to if I'm gonna get through this level. Ah, ooh, gah. Still cracks me up the way that they sound when they're dying. No, bro, giving her a love interest kind of takes away from the seductive personality, also. But you could have seen Jonah as a love interest in the reboot series because there was a bit of affect, pardon me, a bit of affection there. I was just about to burp and do a hiccup at the same time. Um, yeah, like, I mean, there's a difference between having like a thought or a feeling for someone versus whether or not it's worth giving up certain aspects of your life that you really enjoy for that. You know what I mean? So I feel like Lara sacrificing her love for adventure and her love for going on journeys by being with someone, not that that is 100% what she would have to do, of course, but I mean to say there's no point in taking away something that a character really, really loves to do in the aim to give them a love interest. You know, even if that person that you have as a love interest actually also likes that too, like it doesn't 100% match what the character wants to do or what they're known for as well. You know, so it's kind of like trying to make characters do things or be a certain way that goes against what they have been as a character, which identifies them as that character, you know. So the thing about Lara being independent is that people who really like characters who are able to express their independence and not be bogged down by the expectations of not just maybe their own family members, like in the case of Lara, like her family expected her to just live the easy life of being an aristocrat. But she was like, fuck that. I don't want to do that. And then they were like, fine, here's the consequences for doing that. But Lara was like, fine, whatever. And just lived her life the way that she wanted to. And there's definitely a lot of attractiveness in that idea as well. And it doesn't have to always be like, you know, some people hate a job that they're in and they would love one day to just turn up to work and say, goodbye, everyone, I'm leaving. Especially if they're in a workplace that they don't like and the people there are terrible, you know. Having the freedom to just be like, fuck it, I'm gonna do what I want to do. Obviously, as long as it's not hurting people, like, you know, going out there and hurting people. But I mean to say, like, just the idea of having the freedom to put your foot down and say, no, this is not how I'm going to live my life. I'm not going to live my life the way that someone else wants to. I'm going to live it the way that I want to, is something that is a part of Lara's, you know, character, that she wants to do that as well. And having another character that could potentially change that is something that is kind of going against the whole point of the character as well. And it's a good sort of like way to um, bring people closer to the character too, because there's elements of that character that they wish that they were able to have in their life or be able to do as well. So it adds to that kind of like immersion factor that can happen, living vicariously through characters, you know. Like there might be people who really, really like the look of a location in the world, and they may not be able to explore it themselves, but through Lara they can, you know, in some kind of virtual form. Random Lara's biggest love are her guns. This is true. Yeah, the guns and also the excavating of tombs and just, you know, the exhilaration of doing death-defying leaps and jumps and stuff. So now one thing about this type of playthrough is getting to hear your deep thoughts on different topics. You love these conversations. Well, thank you, Sona. Yeah, there's so many things that you can look at in a video game, and it can go beyond just being a simple thing. You know, there's so many things that you can look at, and nah, bro, what you could have seen, Joan. Oh, I already read that. Whoops. Dr. Darling, finished your Coke already. 500 mil isn't bottle enough. 1.5 liters is. Yeah, I can definitely feel you there. Yeah, we've also got 1.25 liters bottles here. Nah, bro, yeah, that's true. But you feel like they could make her a partner that's like Alana Fisher or Chloe type, as she kind of has that Nathan Drake urge for adventure. If they want to do that, that is. Yeah, you'd have to find someone that, you know, actually wants Lara to live that kind of life, and they want to live that kind of life too. Not someone who thinks that her style of life is something that she should not be doing. Which in that trailer for the new animated series of Lara, it seems like that character that talks to her is kind of wanting her to not be a Tomb Raider. It's like, you can have characters, of course, that have an opposing view. Like, for example, in the James Bond movie GoldenEye, Natalia, she's a character that she basically is like to Bond, like, why do you need to live this way? You know? And he's like, it's what keeps me alive. And she's like, no, what keeps you alone? So it's okay for characters to have that opinion of the main character and be like, there is an alternative. But ultimately, at the end of the day, the character is the character. They are who they are. And so having the character be able to stand tall and say, look, I understand you might not agree with what I want to do, but this is what I want to do. This is how I want to live my life. And obviously people can either respect that or they go against it and be like, no, how dare you want to live your life your way? You're supposed to live it the way that everyone wants you to live your life. Which can be, like, sometimes it can be good, especially if people have genuine good advice to give you that you look at and you go, that's really good. I think that actually fits what I'd like to do, so I'll take that advice on board. But at the same time, there's also things that people suggest where it's like, they would completely go against what I want to do. And again, obviously, if it's something that's good, but if it's a bad thing, obviously deterring someone from doing something terrible that will actually cause harm to them or someone else is obviously good advice to take. If someone's like, look, I don't think you really should go into that line of work because there's so many cons that could happen. Do you really want to? And the person might be like, yeah, looking at it, maybe it's not the right profession to go into, So there can be exceptions to rules and stuff. There we go. Now, bro, you always find it really cool that the Uncharted series was so good that it inspired the Tomb Raider reboot trilogy. Yeah, like some saw that as a negative thing, and it's like it goes back to the idea of, well, if the first of something is considered to be the only thing that's allowed to do that, then something that comes out later that is also inspired by it, but has also become successful, by that logic, it should automatically be discounted because it's not the first to do exactly that, which is very stupid because it's like Uncharted was not some series that was not inspired by anything that came before. It was. What are some of the things that inspired it? Tomb Raider and Indiana Jones. Okay. So Tomb Raider isn't just something that does things that nothing else did before. You have Indiana Jones as a character. Indiana Jones wasn't the first character of his type to do the kinds of things that he does. There were other characters and other things before, so if you're going to go by the logic of only the thing that did it first counts, um, then there's so many things that you might expect are original that actually aren't. And so you would then have to, if you agreed to that logic, that is, and you followed that logic, you would have to then say anything afterwards is completely, not something to count as well. So I think that there's a lot of stuff that is very similar, obviously, but there's enough that's different to make it its own thing as well. And when you think about it, look at it like this. There's no copyright or trademark on the idea of a character who runs, climbs, and, fights. Like, you can do that. Like, you can come up with a story about a mushroom that runs around and shoots people, right? That's an idea that you can do. There's no trademark on that. It's not like you can't do that. However, obviously, there's a difference between doing something that you have permission to do versus just doing it that you don't have permission for. For example, if someone did a version of Peter Pan that was a sci-fi version of the story and it had very particular things that happen in it, someone else couldn't just come along and do the exact same thing and then expect no backlash from it. You know what I mean? But you could still take Peter Pan and also do your own sci-fi version of it, as long as you're not copying the other version that already came out of it. You're adding something new to it that wasn't in the other version as well. So when you look at games like Uncharted, there's a lot of things that are in it that are inspired by other games, but there's a lot of stuff that it doesn't matter whether or not the other thing used it, because they're things that anyone can use. They're not copyrighted or trademarked as well. And so having the Tomb Raider series then be influenced by Uncharted, when Uncharted was influenced by partly by Tomb Raider, it's like things have come full circle in a way. Sheila, if you don't hurt anyone else and don't break any laws, you should be able to live how you want. Exactly, Sheila. Like, if you have a passion for being an artist, right? But you have people who say, don't be an artist, be this instead. Now, the other thing that they're suggesting might also be good, but that might not be what you want to do, and it might not fit your strengths. So giving up on doing that just to appease the person who suggested the other thing is not the way to do things. If you are passionate about something, you need to stick with it for as long as you want to. When you feel like you've tried enough and you can't get any further, then maybe just think about something different to do. But if you're really passionate about something and you want to actually succeed at it and you want to get better at it as well, just keep on doing it and pursuing that as well, you know. But yeah, definitely, like if someone wants to be a criminal, though, that's definitely something that people shouldn't strive to be, for sure. Um, Someone who says don't do something like this, it's probably a good idea to listen to their advice and not do that thing. If it's something that's going to be illegal, that's going to get you in shit down the line, even if it's not short term, you know what I mean? Like it could be a long term thing. Like there's probably plenty of criminals who stole for years and never got caught, but then they eventually did. And it all caught up to them, and then they had to spend the rest of their life in prison for all the things that they had done that they got away with before, things like that as well. So there's things that it's good to stick to your guns and do, and you don't want to stray from that course because people are just telling you, nah, don't pursue that profession because we don't feel that you're good enough for it. It's like only people who are in that field, who are in a position of hiring that person, are in any state to judge whether or not that person can be, can do that job. You know what I mean? Like if I see someone do a work of art, I can't tell them, you'll never get a job being an artist. What do I know? I'm not an artist myself. I don't know what things people who are artists, who are hiring people, are looking for. I can look at something and go, I don't like the look of that, or I do like the look of that, but I'm not an artist. I don't look at something and go, they put all this work doing these techniques. Like I just see the finished product and then judge it. Whereas person who knows what they're looking for can look at the picture and go, right, this person is really good at making sure that things actually are scaled properly. This person is really good at making these things pop out color-wise, all those sorts of things. So people who are in the know, who are hiring people in that profession, are more able to speak on whether or not someone is potentially able to join that profession or not. Yeah, Crooked, a leap of faith. It's funny because there's some things where it's like, if you have enough health, you'll survive it. But if you don't have enough health, then of course you'll die. It's kind of cool because it's not a thing of you will always die if you go from this height to that depth. Sometimes it's like if you go from that height to this depth and you have enough health, you'll still survive. Versus if you don't have enough health, you'll die from the fall. Just finish the level in meter. Yeah, just finish the level. I've still got 7 left. And I'll be right back. Oh, yeah, in meter, that's okay. Hello, monk. If you shoot these monks, then every time you come across monks, they'll actually attack you. So it's good not to do that because they can actually attack these enemies for you. Granted, they don't always survive, but it can definitely come in handy. Hey there, Zayas. You're still in a dream, Tomb Raider. Welcome to Tomb Raider 2. How's it going, Zayas? Indeed, Dr. Darling. Uh-huh. Need an uh-huh counter. Uh-huh. Well, if she does it in Tomb Raider 3, then I'll consider making that a count. Or a counter. That's okay, cool man. No trouble at all. Thank you for leaving the lurk as well. Hey there, Lizzie. Good morning. How are you going today? Thanks for redeeming the Arnie movie scene impression, cool man. You set us up. It's all bullshit. All of it. The cabinet minister, the whole business, got us in here to do your dirty work. Look, we just stopped a major invasion. In 3 days they'd been across the border with this stuff. Why us? Because nobody else could have pulled it off. You're pissed about the cover story. I knew I couldn't get you in here without it. So what story did you hand to Hopper? Look, we've been looking for this place for months. My men were in that chopper when it got hit. Hopper's orders were to go in and get my men, and he disappeared. He didn't disappear. He was skinned alive. And my orders were to get somebody who could crack these bastards. So, you cooked up a story and dropped the 6 of us in a meat grinder. What happened to you, Dylan? You used to be somebody I could trust. I woke up. Why don't you? You're an asset, an expendable asset, and I used you to get the job done. Got it? My men are not expendable, and I don't do this kind of work. Thanks for redeeming that, cool man. That's from Predator, the first movie. Cool man, you can't help yourself. Love your scene impressions a lot. That's definitely no trouble at all, cool man. I'm glad that you enjoy. Thank you so very much for redeeming that. That's one of my favorite parts of that movie. Nice one, Crooked. That iconic smile from Terminator 2, when John Connor is trying to teach him as a Terminator how to smile, and he looks at the lady, or actually not the lady, he looks at a guy who's laughing, and then copies the smile, and then tries to emulate it. And that's his first attempt at it. Lizzie would normally find enjoyable, or things you would normally find enjoyable, you're not, and you freaking hate it. Sorry to hear about that, Lizzie. That can be tough, when there's something that you normally enjoy, and something you might always look forward to normally, and then just for some reason or another, when you get to it, it just doesn't have the same kind of like, feel you're expecting.
You guys want to hear a joke about pizza? Never mind. It's too cheesy.
Bravo, Dr. Darling. Thank you for redeeming that as a Bane impression. Well, if you're talking a frozen pizza, usually they don't really put as much on top of it. So it's like, need to add extra.
Uh-huh. Uh-huh.
Lizzie, you're seeing a friend of yours this weekend, and hopefully that brings back your love for music. Or hopefully so, Lizzie, and also the surrounds that you're in as well at the time. That might also help too. Want to hear a joke about ghosts? Yes, that's the spirit. Ooh. What a pun. Thanks for redeeming that as an Arnie impression, Dr. Darling. Sona, true. With a decent restaurant style pizza, they tend to add more cheese. Oh, yeah, Sona. Yeah, I prefer that. And also, too, like, if you get frozen pizza, it's also good to add even different kinds of topping as well. Not only just add to the little that's already there as well. Dr. Darling, there's an entire Reddit subthread dedicated to dad jokes. Have a lot of material that you can draw from then. Hello there, Spectrum. It's going really good, thank you. Things are going well. How about yourself? You almost always add fresh toppings to your frozen pizzas. I don't blame you. It's definitely good to be able to do that. I do prefer getting pizzas from an actual pizza place, but also don't mind frozen pizzas. I definitely wouldn't refuse the offer of having a frozen pizza. But yeah, adding more toppings on top of those is definitely good. Because, I mean, sure, you might want to just have a little less than you normally would. So maybe the amount that they put on there in a frozen pizza could be enough already. But if you want more, you definitely need to add more.
Uh-huh.
That's awesome, Spectrum, that you're doing well. I'll make a save there just in case the key that I got doesn't actually go into one of the locks on this lower level. That way I don't have to climb all the way back up there again.
No. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Uh-huh.
There we go, Dr. Darling. There's 3 ahas in a row. Uh-huh. 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 Hello, Sadie. Welcome. How's it going today? Good morning. As for me, it's going well. Usually, I'd be doing Evil Within today, but I've been playing the version that was available through PlayStation Plus, and it actually was taken off PlayStation Plus, but I then couldn't buy it on the PlayStation Store for some reason. It's not available to buy yet, so I decided to do another Tomb Raider stream today, instead of waiting till Monday, and then do something different today, instead of Evil Within. But it's going well, though. Dr. Darling, no. Lizzie, that was a massacre. It really was. That's the benefit of keeping the monks alive. You can kill them if you want, but there's no point in doing so. It's just... like, if you wanted to kill absolutely every single thing, they don't count as a kill. Like, there's actually... people do playthroughs of these games where they actually kill every single enemy in the game, as well as get all the items. Hey there, Cheesy, welcome on in. It's a me, Lario. Let's go. Hello. Select your player. Welcome to Mario Kart. It means you just bought Dying Light 1 for 4 USD. Now that is a bargain. That's awesome price.
Aha.
That's true, Dr. Darling, yeah. Charles Martinet. Yeah, Charles Martinet, who used to do the voice for Mario. Yeah, he retired. Now you know who replaced him. Oh, me. Nah. Spectrum, your incubator came for hatching quail eggs, but that'll have to wait until you're finished pet sitting. Well, that's good that it's there for you and that it's ready to go when you're able to. And I hope that the pet sitting's going well. Shitla, your break is over. You're going to head back to work. You will lurk, though. Have a good rest of your stream. That's no worries at all, dude. Thank you so much for being here. I really do appreciate that. And I hope that things go well at work with you, too. Hope you have a good one. Would like to highly recommend people check out Shillerlock's channel if you haven't before. He's a big fan of the Dark Pictures series of horror games, and he's going to be doing a playthrough of the fourth entry in the series, The Devil in Me. And he's going to be doing a playthrough where he chooses all the choices that are basically head-based choices. So in those games, when you get a dialogue choice, you have three choices. You have a left option, a say nothing up the top option, or a right side option. And if you look behind the left or right side options for dialogue, you can actually see an icon. And sometimes it's a brain icon or it's a heart icon. And so Schiller is going to be choosing all the dialogue choices that have a head icon behind them. So he's doing that for The Devil in Me. And when the next entry in the series comes out, he'll most likely be doing a playthrough of that, which is Directive 8020. He's also a big fan of the Dead by Daylight series, as well as the Mafia series too. And he also plays, from time to time, Euro Truck Simulator as well. So highly recommend checking out his channel if you haven't before. Lizzie, seems weird to kill everything. Yeah, especially too, because sometimes you have to go out of your way to actually do that, because sometimes there's enemies in hidden spots and stuff. What does that icon mean? So I guess it's kind of like, for example, if there's a dialogue choice where you want to do something or choose a dialogue where it's like, that would be a stupid thing for someone to do, versus a dialogue choice where it's like, I really feel for that person. So the head choice would be more of a thing, and it's not always this, but it can be more of a logic-based thing, whereas the heart one is more like an emotional kind of thing. But not always, though. It's kind of tricky, too, because sometimes the game will throw up two options that are actually head choices, and so it's like, which one do you choose out of those two? But sometimes it is like, one choice is a brain head choice, or the other choice is a heart choice. Oh, that's okay, Sheila, for the shout out. Absolutely no worries at all, dude. Sadie, how far through Tomb Raider 2 are you? So this is actually level 12, and there's 18 in total. So I don't think I'll be finishing it in today's stream, but it'll be good to get to the point where I've only got 4 levels left, though. Because in the last 4 levels, well, three of them take place in a completely different location, and then the final one takes place at Lara's mansion as well. Wayne, you're going to play so much AC Brotherhood today. Whoop. Oh, hell yeah, Wayne. That's cool. It's such a great game, that one. Plus, it's got a really good soundtrack, too. Sadie, oh, nice. Decent progress since your last watch. Yeah, sometimes this game and these games can be tough because no mini-map, no map in the game, and the game doesn't always point out to you where something has opened. So there's a lot of guesswork sometimes, and a lot of trial and error as well. And for the longest time, when I would play these games, I would use a guide to help keep me on track. But for the last few years now, I've played these games without a guide to try and get used to them on my own as much as possible. So I do get some sections where I roam around for about 20 minutes before I remember, oh, that's right, I have to go down this hallway and go to this switch. Oh, that's so good, Sadie. No worries at all. Thank you for leaving the lurk. Hope the meeting goes well. Now, I don't blame you. Hopefully the next time you pick it up, you'll be able to get past that point, but they can definitely be tricky. Indeed, Dr. Darling. Rest in peace, Lara.
Uh-huh.
I like that. You'd think, okay, grenades would probably be what? 2 shots max to kill each one, but nope. The game's like you need 500 grenades to kill one.
Uh-huh. Uh-huh.
Nah, bro, you started Syndicate today and bought the Jack the Ripper DLC per your suggestion, so we'll be smashing through that after the base game. Oh, very good. That's cool. I really hope that you enjoy it. It's probably one of those DLCs that I like to do on its own even, without even doing a playthrough of the base game as well. Sometimes I'll do it in October as well, because it can come in handy, because there might be like a little time window between one game and another where I need to or want to fit something else in. Dr. Darling. Dovahkiin! Oh, Dovahkiin! Wayne Syndicate has a Jack the Ripper DLC. Nice, looking forward to that now too. Oh yeah. Yeah, it's set 20 years after the base game. And it's got a whole different tone to it, which is really fresh as well, considering the tone of Syndicate overall. Now, bro, you forgot how nice Kenway's house was in the stealth mission. It is a really cool idea that they had, considering obviously Edward going to London, which we see in the end of Black Flag with the after credit scene. So it was cool that they actually had his mansion that we could explore and put all those references and stuff.
Uh-huh.
Welcome back, Sadie. I hope that the meeting went well. So we got one of the prayer wheels that we need. I think from memory there's 5 we need to get. Nah, bro, the piano was a nice touch. It really was. Using a few of the notes from Lowlands, one of the sea shanties in Black Flag. Sadie, it was chill, just your team catch up. Oh, very good. That's good when things go smoothly.
Uh-huh. Uh-huh.
Thank you, Narbro, for redeeming a random Assassin's Creed quote. Okay, so I've got one. Aye, Roberts is a devil with a queer aversion to kindness. I suppose that's 2 men I've lost today. So, what's your real name, lass? Mary Reed to me mum, and them I call friends. But not a word of it to anyone, or I'll unman you as well. That's from Black Flag, and that's a conversation between Edward and Mary Reed, who, for a while, was calling herself James Kidd, and Edward didn't realize that James Kidd was actually a woman, Mary Reed, and when he finds out, he basically is shocked, and then at the end there, because of the name of the mission matching the line of dialogue where she says, or I'll unman you as well. But she gives Edward a wink after that. So basically saying, I trust you enough to call you a friend, so I'll reveal to you my secret. But if you reveal it to anyone I don't want you to, I'll make sure that you'll be unmanned, i.e., cut you off down there. Kind of thing. But she doesn't fully mean it, though. And meet the best comment you have read on a post made by Ubisoft. Ubisoft made an announcement saying that Outlaws is out, and one commented it should have stayed in. Should have been Star Wars In-Laws, not Outlaws. Yeah, it's interesting. Like it's funny because like by the name of the game, you would think that that means that you could go around and do the bad things if you wanted to, but I think it's sort of not in that same vein. All right, that just leads to a secret. I'm not worried about getting the secrets in this playthrough.
Uh-huh.
I haven't, me too. Yeah, I've seen the Angelina Jolie movies, the Tomb Raider movies, I mean. I remember when the first one came out, I was so obsessed with it. I probably saw it at the movie 6 times. There was even one time I went directly from school, didn't go home first and get out of my school clothes and change into something else. I went straight from school with my school bag and everything and uniform on and went straight to the movies to watch it. I think that might have been like the third watch or something. But yeah, I went a bit crazy for that movie when it first came out. And then I saw the second one at the movies as well. But I didn't think the second was as good as the first one. And me too, you haven't watched them yet actually, but you have seen that she starred in Tomb Raider movies. You need to watch them. Yeah, yeah. There's also another movie which came out much later, but that adapted the 2013 game. But that had Alicia Vikander in it.
Uh-huh. Uh-huh.
Look, darling, those monks are really trying to protect their secrets. They well and truly are. It's unfortunate that monk wasn't able to kill that enemy. And of course I was in the middle of an animation I couldn't break out of. And for a while there, after Lara finished pulling the block, she wouldn't pull her pistols out straight away. Forgot, there's another motherfucker that's fucking waiting there. Jesus Christ.
Uh-huh. 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 Uh-huh.
Oh, I just saw what Crocodiles is actually playing. It is so cool that he's playing that game now. I really enjoyed Disco Elysium when I played it. Some of the NPC noises are so funny in these games.
Aha. 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 Aha.
have an army of monks. Hello there, Biko. Welcome. Going really good. Having a good Friday. How's things going with you? Oh yes, Sona, that's definitely understandable. That's no worries at all. Really hope that you have a great sleep. Thank you for being here and thank you for leaving the stream open as well. Really do appreciate that a lot. Hope you have a good one. Awesome. I've got all 5 prayer wheels now. Welcome back in Mita. You are editing a video. Oh, very nice. That's cool. I hope the editing is going well. You played some Far Cry 3 yesterday. It was really fun. Oh, that is good. I've heard a lot of good things about Far Cry 3. Heard that it's a really good game. Oh, really? And Mita, that's cool. It's your first Far Cry game. You're enjoying it? Nice. Oh, that's good. You never know sometimes when there's a series of games whether they're going to be good or not. Hey there, Afro. Thanks for redeeming the rest in peace, Lara. So, would you like Lara to be killed by neck break from diving too high, um, getting killed by a wild animal, or drowning? Afro, aim for the bushes. Full damage? No problemo. Thank you, Afro, for redeeming the rest in peace, Lara. Big ouch indeed. You're not wrong there. That crack as well. Cracking sound. Cool, man. How's the game going, Rod? Those guys were tanky. It's going pretty good, actually. This is the third of the Tibetan levels, and I might end up finishing the stream after I do this level, and that way I'll have 5 levels left, I think. Yeah, so 5 levels will be left. Because it'll probably take me a little bit to do this one, to do this level. But you're right, yeah, those enemy types, those guys, They definitely take a lot of bullets to kill.
Aha. Aha. Uh-huh. Uh-huh.
Yeah, it is funny in Meta. These graphics definitely are very similar to what Minecraft went with.
Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Uh-huh.
Oh my fucking god, I should save it every 5 fucking bloody seconds. Gotta fucking redo this fucking shit again. Again.
Uh-huh. Uh-huh.
So you weren't expecting a mini rage moment in Tomb Raider. Doesn't matter what game it is. Can definitely get to a point where the annoyance level is rage-worthy.
Uh-huh.
Dr. Darling, Rod is rushing to finish this level so he can watch Disco Elysium. Yeah, I definitely want to support a fellow streamer that's a friend of mine. So I want to finish this level, and then that way I can check out where he's up to in the game and enjoy the stream. But it was good to get a little bit of a head start on Monday's stream of this. I just hope that Evil Within is available to buy in the PlayStation Store by next Friday. Otherwise I might have to suck it up and play at a lower resolution using the Xbox app. But that would mean actually having to fucking play through the game again from the start to get up to where I actually am in the playthrough. I don't think there's a level skip cheat with Evil Within.
No.
Cool, man, that's painful. It will be if I have to do it that way, yeah. Because as much as I like that game, having to actually restart the game all the way back from the start again and go through the 10 chapters I've already gone through in the current playthrough all over again wouldn't be very, very enjoyable. But it might just be a temporary thing where once a game was available on PlayStation Plus, there might be a cooldown period before it becomes available to buy. So we'll just have to wait and see. Because this on the highest difficulty, can you actually change the settings? You can't, Pico, yeah. Yeah, none of the real early games in the series had like a difficulty setting. I call bullshit on some of that damage, but whatever, game. Dr. Darling, that's why you don't like Xbox, PS, as extra game passes. Who knows if you will lose access to a game? You prefer owning them, even though Ubisoft disagrees with you. This is true. Yeah, the version I have on Xbox One of Evil Within, I actually own. I bought it. But because Microsoft doesn't want to fix their streaming software that their Xboxes use now, it means that that audio issue that affects all Xbox games forced me to find alternative ways to actually stream games that I would normally just stream on the Xbox. And so a lot of the games that I've been streaming from my PlayStation, I've rebought for that system. With the exception of some games, like there's a lot of Assassin's Creed games I haven't rebought on the PlayStation, but I've been using the PlayStation Plus to access them. Cool, man. You're planning to buy the Splinter Cell trilogy for the PS3 since it's your first time that you'll play the many tips. Oh, nice, cool, man. That's cool. That's good that you can access the trilogy on PlayStation 3. So my first bit of advice with those is you definitely need patience. While the game does a good job at giving you a lot of things that you can use for stealth, there's also how old the game is that can come into play there too. I don't know on the PlayStation version if you can save whenever you want though. Because on the Xbox and PlayStation 2 versions, the game only lets you save at certain checkpoints. But the other thing to remember too is that the game will punish you if you try and go in guns blazing. Because the way that Sam sort of gets his weapon out and starts shooting and aiming around can be a bit sluggish. Because it's more like a bit of a tactical kind of thing that they did with the shooting mechanics. However, when you get to the third game, Chaos Theory, they actually have an attachment for your rifle, which is more of a combat shotgun assault kind of approach. So they make it a bit better for that kind of gameplay in the third one. In Mita, are they trolls? Oh no, they're Yetis. Yeah, like Cool Man said. Yep, they're a Yeti. Oh dear, fucking same old fucking story. Oh my god, this is where I saved it last? Jesus Christ, Rod. Save every fucking 5 seconds, mate. Saved it 10 hours in the long run. You know what? Let's just use a different weapon for a little bit. Give him some fucking Uzis to think about. I hate how that guy just sprays his fucking ammo and you die in 5 seconds. Because reasons. Mita, maybe they changed some things because you haven't changed any settings on Twitch. Yeah, I mean, it's been a while since I tested last, but the problem with that is I have to actually go live to test it, and I feel like it's a bit of a waste of time having to go live to test something that probably doesn't work anyway. Cool, man. You're actually buying the hard copy of it. Oh, very good. That's cool. Now, bro, sorry been MIA for a bit just watching the Paralympic basketball game. Oh, that's no trouble at all. That's no worries. I hope that it's going well. Let's waste a health kit.
No.
Cool, man. After playing Blacklist, do you think you have increased your patience for the game? Well, that is good. Yeah, because you definitely need a lot of patience. In Meta, by the noise they were making, it sounded like trolls. Oh, I don't blame you for thinking so. That's for sure. They've got their own animation for when they kill Lara as well. Sony had the same problem, remembering to save so often, trying to beat Bioshock with no beta chambers. Yeah, I mean, it can be one of those things too where you get lulled into your own false sense of security where you think, I'll be fine, it'll be okay. I can just do this and then that and then this and then that and then next minute you die and then you have to redo all that progress and you're like, ah, damn. Oh my god. Fucking hell. Oh my god. It's gonna take 5 hours.
Uh-huh. Uh-huh.
Alright, now I can catch up on chat. In Meta, like in Skyrim, if you don't quick save every 5 seconds, you'll end up restarting from who knows where. You could be on the other side of the game map. Hey there, Code. Is this Tomb Raider or a Mafia as the sound is like a Tommy gun? It could be. Mafia Raider. Welcome, Code. Hey, Lidus, welcome. Oh shit, she got the mask. It didn't go. Damn it, wrong game. Everyone, well, I mean, I'm going well. I can't speak for everyone. But going well, Lidus. I wasn't actually going to be doing a Tomb Raider stream today, but PlayStation Plus had other plans because Evil Within, which I was actually accessing through it, ended up getting rid of it on that. So I can't actually buy the game outright yet on PlayStation Store for some reason either. So I thought I'd do another Tomb Raider stream instead. How's things going with you, dude? Now, bro, boys are down 11, but still time left. Well, hopefully they can come around and, get a win. Like, it's 5 hours. It's over 5 hours in Vegeta's voice. What? She barely touched the pot and she got damage. Exactly, Lidus. It doesn't take much in these games. Yeah, Lidus is like, fuck off, Gabe. Biko, you couldn't do this level for years because of the darkness. You're only 8 years old. It petrified you, those Yetis and bandits, lol. Oh, I don't blame you, Biko. Yeah, that's the thing about these old school games is like back in the day, so many parts of them would have been really, really freaky and creepy. And the whole thing about Lara being on her own through these levels and the music only happening every so often and just hearing the sounds and the ambience and all that kind of stuff can be really effective. Cool, man. Do these guys always have aimbot? They do. Yeah, they can also shoot through certain things, even if you have hidden Lara out of line of sight of them and their gun. They can still shoot you from certain angles, but you can't shoot them from your angle. You're going well, Linus. That is good to hear, dude. I hope that you have a great Friday. Wayne, you hate when they do that. They have every AC on PlayStation Plus extra except Black Flag and Mirage, which is understandable. Yeah, that's true, Wayne. Like the whole idea of having a subscription service for games, in one way it's really good because you don't have to you don't have to pay for each individual game on top of your membership. But at the same time, if it's a limited time that it's on those sort of subscription services, then it becomes annoying because unless they put it on a really, really low sale price after they've taken it off the subscription service, then you have to pay, full price if you want it. Cool, man. Angles more like they could curve bullets like the movie game Wanted. That's a good call. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if that's how the mechanics for their bullets actually work. Actually, I don't want to waste that ammo type on these. Hey there, Zayas. You barely touched these games back in the day. You finally beat the God of War HD collection. Oh, very nice, dude. That's good. So what'd you think of those games? I've only ever played through 1 and 2 of God of War, but in the future I'd like to do a replay of those and also play the other ones for the first time because I haven't played the other ones beyond 2. Cool, man. You think you just thought of a game challenge for you? Oh, very good. It can be fun coming up with challenges for games as well. Figuring out what kinds of things you want to do and what sort of restrictions you might want to put on yourself for them.
Uh-huh.
Zayas, you haven't played them since winter '09 and 10. Takes you back to great games, 2 runs, a little long, and has a Halo 2 endgame cliffhanger. You've played 3 many times, but not for many years, so you'll play the PS4 remaster on PS5 next. Well, that is good. Yeah, it can be interesting revisiting a game you haven't played for a long time, because there might be some things that you've just forgotten because it's been so long. Cool, man. Boot up the old PS2, get lots of memory cards, and play and complete as many games as you have in a month. Well, that's a good idea too. A good way to get through any backlog that you might have as well. Hey there, Willful. How's it going? Welcome on in. In Meta, you just got Fallout 2 and Tactics for free on Epic. Oh, very cool. So now your Fallout collection is complete. Although you've only played 3, 4, and New Vegas. Well, that's awesome that you've got the whole collection now. And it's good to be able to, you know, get games for free as well. Now, bro, never mind. We're down 20. Makes you want to suit up with the boys. But last time you came close to a Paralympic team was a tryout in like 2011. Where did the time go? Oh, was it really? Well, that's a shame. That's cool though that you went out and tried for it though. Time definitely flies fast too. It's just crazy how quickly time can go. It can be annoying sometimes too as well. Cool, man. But for the life of you, you will never play 007 Nightfire. I only ever played that once. There was also a James Bond game that I did have on the PS2, and I played it a few times, but after that, never again, which was Agent Under Fire, I think it was called. It had PS... Actually, no, it didn't even have his likeness. That's right. It had someone else's likeness and someone else's voice. I was going to say it had Pierce Brosnan's face, but that wasn't that one, I don't think. Is it willful? The internet's going funky. Sorry to hear about that. That can be really frustrating when that happens. Wayne, you heard IO are working on a James Bond game. They are apparently, yeah. That was a while ago too that they announced that. I wonder where they're up to in it. I think there's like some secrets or some extra ammo there, but I don't give a shit. Level finished. Catacombs of the Talion. Alright, so this is where I'm going to call it a stream. It was good to get a little bit of a head start on Monday's Tomb Raider stream, considering today's stream of Tomb Raider wasn't actually scheduled originally. Hopefully by next Friday I'll be able to sort out what's going on with The Evil Within and continue the playthrough on that. Just a bit of an update on that playthrough. The last time I did a stream of it, there was a key. No, actually a map fragment. There was a map fragment that I missed collecting, and I went past the point of no return for it. So off stream, I basically restarted the chapter again, and I've gotten myself as close as possible to the point in the mission where you actually find the map fragment. So that's where I'll be picking up from when I stream that game next, and then that way I can finish off the rest of that level and having gotten that map fragment that I missed last time. So that'll be good. But yeah, until I know for sure, we'll just have to wait and see on Evil Within for next Friday. But it was good to be able to do a stream of something and also put towards a playthrough that's going to help me in the long run, because there's 12 games in this series I need to cover before the year ends. So getting a head start on it like this with Tomb Raider 2 is really good. I just want to thank everyone so much for watching this stream. I really do appreciate it. The next stream that you'll see from me will be Splinter Cell Blacklist. I'm going to be working to finish it, and there's a game that I'll be replacing it with, but I don't think I'll be doing the start of it tomorrow, but there will be a different game that will replace Splinter Cell Blacklist, and I'll reveal that tomorrow in tomorrow's stream. Cool, man. Not sure you know, but some PS1 games can perfectly be played on the PS2. This is true. It was also cool. There was like a graphical setting, I think, on the PS2 for the PS1 games to sort of improve the graphics a little bit. Thanks for the GGs, nah, bro. Thank you very much. Biko, are you coming back on later today, or are you going off today completely? Sorry, you always ask, but you're really important. Well, thank you, Biko, for that. I'm glad that you enjoy the streams and that you have a great time as well, and that you enjoy when I stream and all that as well. But yeah, for today, this is all. And then tomorrow, when it's Saturday for me, I'll be doing some more with Splinter Cell Blacklist as well. Thank you, Wayne. I definitely will enjoy. I hope that you have a good one too. And no worries at all for the stream, Cool Man and Amita. No problemo. Dr. Darling, it's a secret. Not the secret of Monkey Island. This is true, Dr. Darling. Yeah, it's not the secret of Monkey Island. And it won't be a Monkey Island game. That's okay for the stream, Sona. No problem at all. Thank you, Lizzie, for the GGs. Really do appreciate that. Which means we now have 5 levels left overall before I finish the playthrough. Before we raid out to Crocodiles, who's playing through Disco Elysium, I just want to give some shout-outs. Absolutely cool, man. See you tomorrow. I hope that everything goes well. Would like to definitely recommend people check out the following streamers. Lightus, who is a big fan of the Mortal Kombat series. He's also a big streamer of retro games, and he's currently doing playthroughs of games like Mortal Kombat 2, doing speedruns. Also a fan of games like Street Fighter and Tekken. Mr. Gote is playing through games like Banishers, Ghosts of New Eden, as well as Elden Ring and the Outlast games. Shilalock is playing through the Dark Pictures series. He's currently onto The Devil in Me, and he's a big fan of the Dead by Daylight franchise as well. And I can't remember the name of the game, but he will be doing a playthrough when it comes out of something of... I think it's The Case of Something Stone or something like that. It's basically a game by Supermassive, who have done the Dark Pictures series and Until Dawn and that, but they were actually doing a game that's set in the Dead by Daylight universe. But I can't remember what it's, something Frank Stone, something like that. But he'll be doing a playthrough of that game too in the future. Sadie is playing through Disney Dreamlight Valley, is also doing a playthrough of Alien Isolation, as well as Assassin's Creed Syndicate. Cheesy has been doing Marvel's Avengers, and Mita has been doing GTA 4, playing through that for his first time. Thank you for being here in Mita. I definitely will have a good one. See you in the next stream. You'll only be able to watch small parts of it on the weekend because you're of work, but you'll definitely say hi. That's no trouble at all in Meta. Really do appreciate, being able to see any of the streams, so thank you so much for that, dude. That's it, Lizzie. Yeah, the case of Frank Stone. Yeah. Yeah, Wayne, GTA 4. I really like that game. It's such a good one. When it celebrated its 15th anniversary, I decided to do a playthrough where I basically chose all choices. I'd make a save and, choose one choice and then show what the outcome would be for that, and then choose the other option and stuff like that. It's kind of fun to do that and get some little bits of different, dialogue based on what you've done. There's a general raid message that everyone can copy and paste, and I'll put one in for subscribers as well, and then I'll just throw up what the schedule is. Alright, so the locked-in schedule is Monday through to Thursday, Tomb Raider 2. This was just like an extra stream of Tomb Raider 2 on my Friday, given what happened with Evil Within. And Fridays, moving forward, hopefully will be Evil Within still. And then on Saturday and Sunday, I'm doing Splinter Cell Blacklist. But most likely I'll finish Blacklist on Saturday, and then Sunday start the game that I'll be doing to replace that with. But yeah, that's the current schedule. Thank you so much everyone for watching. We'll go and raid out to Crocodiles and see how he's doing with Disco Elysium. It's a game that I played myself late last year, and I had my eye on it for a while, and it was really, really funny to play through. And there's so many different kinds of approaches that you can take and all that kind of stuff, that it was really interesting to see one set of outcomes. So I'm very curious to see how Crooked is going to go with his playthrough and what kind of things he'll choose and all that kind of stuff. And that's one of the great things about games that have dialogue choices and also different approaches, is when you actually watch someone else play it, you might get a completely different experience watching what they're doing than what you might have gotten in your playthrough as well. So that's where we're going to go and see how Crooked's doing with Disco Elysium. I just want to thank everyone so much for watching. I really do appreciate it, and I'll see you in the next stream.